Oh my God. Yeah. Final day of book creation. This is beautiful. Cannot wait to get started on this. Of course, one thing you want to be mindful of as you join in is that there'll be a lot of breaks. I'm going to be spending all of today working on the book. So, in order to achieve that, I got to do the marathon and not the sprint. So, I am going to go step by step, one piece at a time. Also, there's going to be a lot of long pauses where I might be in the middle of a sentence and I might take five different pauses in the middle of the sentence because I really want to get the wording right, at least the kind of wording that I think could translate best to the average or mainstream audience. But in addition, I'm trying to address the specific questions you have. The questions I'm answering today and the questions I've been answering throughout this book are all questions you've asked the internet, essentially. So they've been typed into search engines, they've been typed into ChatGPT, and they are also questions that are seen on YouTube. And yeah, just pretty much all of the internet seems to be asking these specific questions about wisdom, self-transcendence, the psychological ego, all that kind of stuff. So that's what we're working on today. Now, I'm talking really fast right now, and that's not my typical way of being. That's why I like to present myself as like the sloth of wisdom in many ways, because I like to go at my own pace, very snail's pacey. And that's because I think in today's world, we often rush things. And so the only reason I'm rushing right now is just because I want to give you this information right off the bat. So I'm going to be really taking my time with this final last half of the book. And, you can join me through that journey. You can ask questions inside the chat on YouTube, or you can go ahead and send me your questions through my website at wordbrewer.com. I don't monitor DMs. If you want to message me, messaging me through a social platform is not the way to go about it because there's a lot of spam on there. It's really hard to distinguish who's genuine and who's not. And my website does filter through all of that. So if you just visit my website, send me a message, or even book a session with me. And the sessions are $88 for each hour of session. I'm happy to customize things, tailor things for what you need. So feel free to reach out to me with requests, including requests for products. Like I have leggings on my website, but if you need meggings, if you need man leggings, go ahead and let me know. No worries about that. Um, and if you just have any specific requests, for example, I have free sessions that I offer every month, a limited number of them. So if you're interested in that, you can reach out to me. I welcome you to do it. Let's see what else. What other housekeeping things do we have to deal with here? Oh yeah, there is a link in the description to a previous live session that I've recorded and had the chance to edit. So if you feel like the pauses that I'm taking in this live session are just too much for you and you really want me to get to the point, then looking at that edited version is a better option for you. Now, if you really want me to get to the point and you really want an expedited version of all this content, it's going to be made available on my website at wordbrewer.com. There's going to be a recording of this available on Audible, but Audible doesn't allow for AI clone voicing, and that is really the best way for me to give you optimal, efficient, and fast-paced content because I'm just not naturally a fast speaker or fast reader. And so, because of that, I use technology to enable me and empower me to give this message straight away to you. But my slow pace and the way I like to move in the world has a lot to do with the reality that this wisdom is something that you need to allow to brew, at its own pace. Hence, word brewer. I'm brewing over what to say next, which word to use. And I don't claim to have all the answers. I don't claim to have perfection down. I'm always working on myself. I'm always learning. And A lot of times when people come to me for a session, I learn a ton and I get so much out of helping people, out of transforming them and introducing them to a new way of looking at the world and new possibilities that they may not have even realized are very available to them. You know, if you want calm and peace inside your mind, excuse me, in your inner world, and you want to be able to turn off all the noise or at least turn it down, then I certainly offer a program that can help you with that. However, I'm not saying I have all the answers. I'm not saying I have the perfect approach for you. There may be something else that's right for you, but I'm here to offer what it is that I have. I've devoted my life to this practice of guiding people to a kind of self-transcendence, is what I like to call it, which in other words would be transcending the psychological self, getting rid of the self-image, letting go of expectations, living in the moment, being present, and having inner silence. And that is where the narrative inside your head, the inner dialogue, the chatter, the what some people call the soundtrack, we can just turn that down or maybe even turn it off. And turning it off is a challenge for a lot of people in Western cultures. But I'm here, I'm available to help you do that, to strive for us to do that together. And again, I don't have all the answers. There's a lot of medical interventions, a lot of things out there that are super useful and necessary. So I encourage you to take care of your own health in whatever way you feel is right for you. This is something that's supplemental to that, and I can help take you the extra mile that Western medicine may not be able to take you toward because, we live in a Western culture. A lot of the things that I'm dealing with and addressing here have to do with overcoming some of the things that have been distilled, indoctrinated, and programmed into us. And it's all about deprogramming, dehypnotizing the mind, and getting you out of that cycle. So, anyway, with that said, we're going to go dive right into the book. I'm going to start asking some questions. I may need to take a little break just to like calm myself down because I'm pretty hopped up right now. I'm pretty excited and pumped, but that's not exactly the perfect energy to go in this book with. All right. So, here we go. Oh my God, I'm so psyched. So before I start, I think I'm going to do some breathing exercises. I think that'd be really useful for me right now. Um, and I'm going to guide you through it. I teach this kind of breathing exercise where you use the fingers to guide your breathing. And I usually do one round that's like that and that, and that's like a single round. Um, So follow me if you like, or not. My pace is my pace. Maybe too fast or too slow for you. Go at whatever pace you feel right for you if you do want to join in. So I'll put up the taking a break screen, which is really just taking a breath break. And then I will be right back. The reason I'm putting up this screen is just to prompt myself and let myself know that, hey, like the book hasn't started yet once I go into the editing phase of this production process. All right, so you can still see me despite the screen. Here we go. that feels great. Next section, section 4, Beyond the Self, Community and Connection. Next question. How can mindfulness practices help in understanding and appreciating the perspectives of others? This is the ultimate power of mindfulness. And this is something I really want to get to in this practice. But it doesn't have to happen within this practice. I don't have to have some kind of social platform or community, either physically or digitally, that's established in order to have this incredible benefit. Even just transforming one person in the way I'm talking about will have a transformational impact on anyone that person comes into contact with. So this isn't some kind of instantaneous solution. This is something that is very organic and just grows out of an individual naturally and extends into the people they touch throughout their lives. And when you are compassionate to yourself, when you have self-understanding, when you appreciate your own perspective and your own background, you're going to be capable of doing that for other people. It's going to empower you to look beyond yourself because, in essence, you've gotten over yourself. You've performed self-transcendence. You've gone beyond the psychological self. And because there isn't noise, there isn't a narrative going on in your mind, chattering away incessantly, this frees you up. This inner silence renders you truly available to listen to others attentively and be present for them. And that in itself is such a gift and such a transformative thing to do. Because in many ways, what you're doing or the impact you're making is defined not by the actions you're taking, but by the things you're not doing, by the actions you're not taking. Because then you just listen. You don't get ready to respond instantaneously or while you're listening, find little things within what you're hearing to respond to and already be working on your reply while the other person is talking to you. Instead, you're fully present for it, you're fully ready for it, and you're giving yourself time to process it. You're not trying to be all quick in your response. This is part of why I emphasize the idea of slowing down a little bit, taking your time, figuring out what's right for you. And then when you have that impact on others, it's truly magical how much you can change the world around you. You will observe perceivable changes in how people around you interact, not only with you, but with one another. You will observe change. And this is something I've witnessed personally within my environment on a daily basis. I used to see so much more aggressiveness, so much more hostility all around me at work. And now when I go to work, it is incredible how much love I feel surrounded by, even as we are in the midst of a very harsh environment and very harsh conditions. Next question. In what ways can community-based mindfulness practices enhance the sense of belonging and connectedness? Edit that out. A little bit of sound. Community-based mindfulness can empower you and everyone else you're connecting with to feel a greater sense of aliveness, to feel a greater sense of joy through, edit that out, a greater sense of, edit that out, a greater sense of joy through connectivity. Now, as far as a sense of belonging, I think one of the crucial things to underline here is that this search for a sense of belonging is a bit misguided, and this is somewhat of an expectation that we place on society. Granted, it makes a lot of sense as social creatures who have been evolutionarily designed to connect with the, edit that out, to connect with one another, that we feel as if it makes a lot of sense to find this sense of belonging. However, we live in an age where this sense of belonging has largely been stripped of us, and instead we have a lot of artificial social groups that are created that often attract us because we live in somewhat of a social desert, perhaps. So, a really good example of this, edit that out. So, a really good example of this would be dating websites. I remember when Facebook first started out, it would connect people so well. And I truly spent less time on Facebook and more time physically being with people because of the connectivity that Facebook offered. But then over time, these algorithms started to design themselves due to our economics and edit that out, due to our economic system and its current design, there would be this certain imperative to maximize how much time people spent on the platform so that therefore advertising as a business model could be more successful. Now, when it comes to dating apps and websites, they have a similar issue. They want you to spend more time on the platform, not necessarily because of the need for advertising, but they want to somehow talk people into paying for connection. Edit that out. They want to talk people into paying for that connection and investing a great deal of money or investing a great deal of time into stumbling upon a connection. And very often, these communities can be curated in such a way that they don't really allow for completely free expression, for people to be completely themselves. And therefore, very often people feel boxed into a certain social pigeonhole where they don't really want to be, but where they feel they have to be in order to gain any traction on connecting with other people. What's the solution to this? Really, unfortunately, the reality that tech companies have so much control over how our social lives are run is a problem in and of itself. And we do need to work on that. And the first way to work on that is just to be aware of it and to look into it. There are some really great documentaries out there, some of which are actually on my website and you can check out that inform you about what is going on with our digital lives and our social lives and how a lot of these issues with politics and society that are happening today are heavily connected with technology companies and our economic system as it's currently designed. I bring this up because what's being exploited in all of these situations, on all of these platforms, is this desire to belong to something. And one of the worst things to want to belong to is a group that is against another group. And unfortunately, this is what advertising models and many other business models find themselves having to take advantage of. Edit that out. Excuse me. A little burp. So make sure that your desire to belong isn't guiding you down the wrong pathway and leading you to connect with the wrong people. Because the truth is, it is much better for you to be alone and reading books or listening to lectures or doing whatever it is to connect intellectually, spiritually, whatever way that you need to connect with people. For example, even just attending a yoga class and not talking to anybody and feeling that sense of community just by doing the practice with other people around you can be incredibly powerful. You don't need to actually socialize in the sense of talking with those people to feel a sense of connection with the community. And this is where doing mindfulness practices with people makes you feel a greater sense of connection and belonging. And that's valuable. But you just need to make sure that you stand strong as a sovereign individual by yourself. You don't need or depend on other people in order to feel a sense of psychological stability. And so I'm not proposing that you don't depend on each other or ask people for support. Quite the opposite. I really encourage that you do that. However, at the same time, it's important that you don't develop codependent relationships with your employer, with your partner, with your friends, all of that. It's really important that we have an independence of self and we are capable of standing strong when the time is right to do so. But when there's an opportunity and when you've built trust with somebody over time, which is what it takes time to build trust with somebody, which is something a lot of people don't always invest in. Many people feel very rushed to connect with people, and the commodification of relationships, the transactional nature of relationships in our Western world can really distort things and make it so that we aren't truly connecting with each other and we aren't truly building trust between one another. And so it's essential. You got to build trust between one another. And then once you do that, that's the perfect time to open up, to become vulnerable to somebody. And same goes with me. I don't encourage you to instantaneously be vulnerable with me. Take your time. You can go as slow as you want with me when it comes to opening up or building trust with me, whatever you need to do. Next question. How can mindfulness aid in resolving conflicts and promoting harmony within groups or communities? Edit that out. I've already addressed this question. Next question. What are effective ways to introduce mindfulness practices within family settings to strengthen bonds? There are some really beautiful practices that you can embrace, and I encourage you to experiment and try things out. But one of the most profound practices I've ever experienced with regard to building bonds with people who you may be extremely close to, or even with actually edit that whole question out. So edit that out, edit out the whole question and the portion of the answer that I just gave. I'm going to revisit this. There's a lawnmower going on outside. So let's let that run its course. I'm going to put up a break and hey, it's a great time for me to just chill, do something else. So uh, take your time. You can always rewind this and revisit it. revisit it. And also, I have, other videos. Check them out. Check out my website, wordbrewer.com. And that is that. right, we're gonna dive back into the book again, starting on the question we left off regarding family and those you're closest to, strengthening bonds. All right, here we go. Next question. What are effective ways to introduce mindfulness practices within family settings to strengthen bonds? There are countless ways to introduce mindfulness practices and exercises within your family settings and within your most intimate relationships. No matter what kind of relationship you have with somebody, whether it's a friend, a spouse, your children, or your parents, there are many different things you can do. And of course, the first thing you need to be sure of is that it's something that they're actually interested in. So if you edit that part out, got a little interrupted, some sound. One practice that I find to be the most powerful for strengthening the bond you have with another person, even if they happen to be someone who's a stranger or an acquaintance, is the practice of eye gazing. And there are events where people come together and eye gaze. Very often, I see this kind of event with regard to dating, where people will spend some time eye gazing, and that gives them a sense of whether or not there feels like there's a connection that one wants to dive deeper into with an individual that they're sharing eye contact with. Now, the profound impact it can have to just not speak, to be silent, and gaze into each other's eyes is something that goes beyond words. But we often feel as if eye contact is threatening. We often feel as if it's intimidating. And we might even feel like it's socially inappropriate. And so making sure that you actually have someone's permission and they feel comfortable, and then participating in this edit that part out, and then participating in this activity in a way that ensures that they can consistently let you know that they're comfortable. And if they start to feel like, you know what, this is too much for me, I'm feeling a little overwhelmed, it's really easy for them to back off, walk away, take a break, whatever they need to do. But it's really profound what can occur when you just gaze into each other's eyes. There is a inherent sense of trust, and there is a kind of conversation that occurs between two individuals when you share eye contact for a prolonged period of time, at least a time that's longer than we typically experience throughout the day. It's an opportunity to exchange energy and to feel another person's presence and sense how are they doing? What's their state? And to be there for them, whatever state they may be in. So, this is a practice that I personally have gained a great deal from, and I've witnessed other people gain a great deal from. It's simple, and in some ways, many of the things I prescribe in this book or recommend in this book are deceptively simple. But give them a try, experiment with them, and give them some time to actually marinate into your being and feel whether or not you're noticing any subtle or even distinct or significant changes as a result of any of these practices. It's amazing. You can do such simple things and observe such a profound change within you and within others and the connection you share with those people. In many ways, eye gazing is magical because if you do it, especially after some breathing exercises or in the midst of perhaps edit that part out, or in the midst of a psychedelic experience together, you might notice a sense that you feel a profound connection with the person to such a degree that you actually start to recognize that you are one. And that sensation of being a collective soul or being part of the same being is a kind of connection that has profound impacts on everything you do and don't do throughout your day. And just to highlight what I mean by this, it's as if you get a chance to feel that we are all the same being looking out from different eyes. Next question. How does mindfulness encourage active and empathetic engagement with social issues? So, with regard to social activism or any kind of engagement with social issues, mindfulness allows you to be present completely for the current circumstance you find yourself in and to listen to others and to empathize with others because it gives you a space within yourself for others to share with you. And sometimes what they're sharing with you may be something you perhaps disagree with or doesn't seem to be based in reality and is based in some other reality or some other way people perceive reality. And some of that can be due to the way our social media platforms and our news platforms and information systems can really distort what's happening by highlighting things that draw our attention the most and really activate our lizard brain instead of activating our higher cognitive functions and making it so that we can perceive the world in a more objective way and see things without skewing everything with an emotional bias in which we kind of miss the reality that a lot of these incredibly divisive and polarizing topics and foci are really not as significant as the world of social media and news media make them out to be. And when you are able to perceive that and see that, you can start to assess it yourself, make up your own mind, come to your own conclusions. And instead of relying purely on what you've received through a screen and what you've seen and heard from others, and how social media can distort reality, you can begin to just meet with people and talk with them and allow them to vent a little bit, perhaps share some distortions that they've received from the screen. Edit that out. I burped a little bit, excuse me. And then you can be fully present for them. You can hear them and what they've gone through and how perhaps their perception has been distorted or how their focus has been derailed and diverted away from what they truly would prefer to focus on. And so you can engage with them. Of course, there's limits, there's boundaries that you always need to set with people. If people are just preaching at you or angrily, verbally attacking you in some way, then that's not okay. But if someone's trying to connect with you and trying to share this worldview that they have and actually challenging you to challenge them so that you can disagree on civil grounds and actually say, okay, let's figure this out. Let's build a model of the world together and play with it. You know, it doesn't have to be done in the spirit of anger or conflict. It can be done in a way that involves trying to understand where a person's coming from and trying to allow them to understand where you're coming from and see if you can build with each other and build a greater understanding. Because the truth is, I don't care how crazy someone may seem, there is at the very least a grain of truth in what they're saying. And that's one of the reasons why they're fanatical about it, is because underlying some of the fanaticism and some of the distortions, there's actually a deep truth that is yearning to be heard. And so you can be there, you can be present for it. And if you're present for it, if you don't allow it to penetrate your psychological being and you can remain calm and stand firm where you are while someone else might be freaking out or whatever it may be, you will have such amazing power in that moment to just be there for them and understand them and perhaps heal them, perhaps guide them and perhaps allow them to guide you. So there's so much opportunity to engage with each other and to honor each other in where the other person's coming from. Edit that out. To honor each other in the way, edit that part out. Edit that out. To honor each other in where the other person's coming from. Next question. How can mindfulness be utilized to build networks of support during times of personal or collective crisis? Mindfulness can allow our bonds to become more genuine and stronger. And with this, we're doing a kind of preparation. Oh my gosh, there's a dog that's barking like crazy. So I'm going to skip, I'm going to go ahead and edit that out. We'll have to restart this question later. There's a dog barking. And yeah, I'll be back after this. Continuing onward. Next question. How can mindfulness be utilized to build networks of support during times of personal or collective crisis? Mindfulness allows connections to be deeper, and the stronger our connections, the stronger our support system as a collective and as individuals. So when a personal crisis arises, we have a nice, strong support system that we've built through trust and time. Edit that out. Little sound. When we take care to connect with each other in a sincere and honest way, and when we let go of expectations, and when we cease the process of projecting an image onto ourselves and onto others, we are able to see each other more clearly, be present with the true reality of the moment. And overall, when people are more present and are not coming to a situation with expectations, they're more prepared to deal with personal and collective crisis. Edit that out. They're more prepared to deal with personal and collective crises. Edit that out. Excuse me, just a little burp. Next question. What mindfulness practices can facilitate deeper connections and mutual understanding in diverse groups? There isn't a specific practice I would prescribe for this, but overall, I would point out that the more people are able to be with each other in the moment and listen to each other fully without the soundtrack or the chatter in their mind running, the more we are able to empathize with one another and recognize when we can't fully appreciate the situation someone else is in and has gone through. So, as a natural outcome, being more mindful and edit that out. There's going to be some sounds here, it sounds like, that will interrupt this broadcast slash recording. So while I can't prescribe a specific practice, I can. Okay, there's actually a lot of sound that's just continuing. So we're actually going to take a break here, unfortunately. I'd really like to dive into this, but one thing I need here is silence. And I want to have this be as high quality as possible. So here we go. Taking a quick break, though I don't know how quick it's going to be. Welcome back. We're getting ready to start up again. Sounds like all the noises outside have quieted down a little bit to increase the quality of this recording. We'll see how that goes overall. Not putting any pressure on it, just seeing what happens. Oh man, so fun. Okay. Next question. What mindfulness practices can facilitate deeper connections and mutual understanding in diverse groups? Mindfulness practices, mindfulness in general, and entering into a meditative flow state in which you are completely present and with the moment and not dealing with unnecessary inner dialogue, compulsive narratives, compulsive soundtracks, looping around in your mind. They get in the way of you really hearing and experiencing what it is that life has to offer right now. And the truth is, everything is now. The past is an illusion. The future is an illusion. It all happens here. The past memories, they're useful. The projection and the creative combining of those past memories to project out and imagine and strategize and plan the future is a divine capacity. But we often use it in a way that isn't functional, that isn't helping us get to where we need to go. So when we stop projecting an identity or a sense of who someone is or who you are onto yourself and onto others, you get into a space where you can experience each other fully and authentically and honestly. And in that case, that makes the connection real, deeper, and builds trust. And diverse groups and diverse individuals with very different backgrounds, they can all come together and share their experiences. This is one of the most beautiful aspects of memory is that we can tell people what we've been through and we can express what everyday life is for us. And then other people can listen and hear that out. And we don't assume that we know what another person's experience is like. We don't assume that other people know what our experience is like. We share in the moment and we discover and we learn and we grow and we connect with each other in these moments. And that will create a profound mutual understanding where we can build better social cohesion and overall a better lifestyle, a better society in general. Even just starting with something small as the society that exists within your own personal space. Even if you live by yourself, how you relate to your electronic devices in your home, how you relate to physical objects, how functional is your relationship with everything inside your home. That is a relationship that needs to be cultivated and cared for. And over time, you can build trust with your environment and with the things in your environment. And equally is true for a couple living together or a family living together or friends living together. They all need that time and that presentness to be able to fully experience and honor each other. And that is the foundation upon which deep connection occurs. Next question. In All right, made perfect time on that question. That was a little sound in my ears. All right, edit that out. I'll say that question again. In what ways, edit that out. Next question. In what ways can teaching mindfulness to children and adolescents contribute to a more mindful future society? Now, really, mindfulness is something that children tend to naturally have. Of course, that can be shook out of them very quickly from traumatic experiences, from different forms of indoctrination. All kinds of things can really disrupt a child's presentness and their sense of calm and peace that is within themselves. However, as life continues on, there are going to be some things that may challenge them and may push them to let go of their own presentness, to abandon it, and to be diverted away from it toward other areas of focus, other preoccupations, and lots of thinking. That's one of the biggest things we do in Western culture is we devote so much time and energy and attention towards thinking. And when we do this, unfortunately, along with all the stimulants we take, such as caffeine and coffee, we end up getting into a situation where we overstimulate ourselves. We also overstimulate, edit that out. We also overstimulate ourselves with information and we really push each other to have a large information output and for that information output to be faster and faster. For example, in the past, journalists used to spend an entire month working on one story and they would stay in the place where they were covering a topic or a beat. And that gave them the capacity to really get a sense of the place, the people, and focus on where reality took them and dive deep and investigate all the little details of what's happening. Now, a lot of times, journalists are pushed to produce perhaps three stories in a single day, and they may not have the budget to actually fly over to where the beat is. So they're just going to have to go online and search for secondary information. So that rush really gets us into trouble. And we push children to rush very often. And I experienced this to an extreme degree very early and for most of my life up until even extremely recently. I really didn't transcend the psychological self until I was about 36. And I am currently 38, I'm pretty sure. So I spent much of my life dealing with echoes of the past trauma of being pushed to go far faster than I am even capable of doing. And so I had to take a lot of shortcuts. I had to do a lot of all-nighters. I had to work so hard and I pushed myself too hard and I achieved a great deal. But at the end of the day, this kind of speed is unsustainable. It's not within us. It's not something the body's designed to do. And it's not for everybody. Edit that out. And it's not for everybody. So it's important to follow your own pace and to follow your own compass. And instilling in children a greater sense of presentness and a greater sense of independence can allow them to be stronger individuals, achieve more in life, and be happier over their entire lifetime, be healthier. But keep in mind, children are often the teachers of this wisdom. My practice is really designed for adults primarily. If there is any need that someone you know or someone you know whose child needs assistance in this area, great, I'm happy to oblige. However, most of my content is really designed for a mature adult audience because I want to be able to talk about anything. I want to be able to open up about things that may not be age appropriate for children. At the same time, I can make a session with a child age appropriate if that's their desire. But for the most part, as I said, I really feel like children don't need this as much as adults do. Adults need a lesson in how to play again, how to get in touch with their inner child again. And so that's why I focus on that audience more. Next question. How can mindfulness be integrated into community service and volunteer work? Community service and volunteer work is something that is in itself a mindful practice. And it's something that can aid people in gaining a great deal of perspective. If you happen to be feeling down about your situation, doing a little community service and volunteer work, if you have the time, is a great way to take a break from focusing on yourself and expand the focus outside of yourself. However, I do recognize in Western society, we aren't always given the luxury of actually being able to do volunteer work and community service work. And I realize that could potentially be controversial, but it's true. I work with a lot of people who are doing everything they can to just get the means to have a basic income. And they don't have the luxury of the time or the energy to actually volunteer. Now, If you happen to fall in the category of being too busy and not really wanting to take time off because you are committed to your profession in such a way that you feel like this is it, this is what I want to focus on. And if you feel like what you do doesn't contain enough of a community service element in it or enough of a service oriented element in it, then it's a great idea to take your resources that you're gaining, any kind of excess resources, and use it for the good of others. This is a great way to support others and make sure to use that money in an efficient way. There are a lot of people who are really suffering and struggling, and I would put your focus on helping the most in need first, and then moving towards the next most in needs. Edit that out. Moving towards the next most needy after that. But really, we need to divert a lot of our energy that is in the nonprofit space towards ensuring that it really is truly making an impact in areas that are provably essential and really being mindful about where we're placing our priorities. I know that effective altruism was a great example of this put into action. However, sometimes this can get very distorted. And it is important that we actually work on building a society that takes care of itself, that nourishes itself, economically speaking. So, for instance, we've got a really crazy tax system where the people who are really struggling are paying some of the highest taxes. The people who are doing moderately well are paying really high taxes, but not quite as high as the people who are struggling because they're just moving up that corporate ladder, and it tends to be a little more easy on people to an extent as they go up that ladder. In some cases, as you go up that ladder, you actually experience more impact on your tax bill. And then there's a certain point at which you're so wealthy that you can actually influence lobbyists and do all kinds of things to make your tax liability next to nothing. And regardless of how you may feel about that, in a monetary system like the one we have, money is like blood and it needs to flow throughout the system. And if it gets stuck in one area, it's of no use to the entire society. And it's not even of use to the individual or the group that is holding on to or blocking the money from circulating throughout. So, mindfulness can help you go through some of this thinking that I'm talking about. I'm not claiming to have all the answers or know what we should do with everything, but I'm just pointing out some really basic aspects of potential community service, potential volunteer work, and potential opportunities to really lift up all boats in our societies all over the world simply by talking about these kind of issues and discussing. And hey, if you think I'm wrong, if you really disagree with something I've said anywhere in this book, please, I absolutely welcome your disagreement and I want to understand it. And that will help me to evolve in my own perspective and how I see things. One thing I know for sure is that every word I'm saying is, technically speaking, not true. All of this is me modeling reality, and words only go so far toward being reality. Words merely model reality, just as science merely models reality. It models reality really well and really precisely, but it still models it. And so that's why it's so important to be not only an excellent critical thinker, but a critical looker, a critical seer. Edit that out. A critical seer. Edit that out. Excuse me, I burped a little bit. Next question. How can mindfulness practices help in overcoming social anxiety and fostering new connections? Now, one profound mindfulness practice that I did was to abstain from some things in order to reduce my social anxieties. And as a male, one thing we deal with a lot is digital arousal addiction. And this often comes in the form of video games or pornography. And other people, including women, will also deal with digital arousal addictions, such as addictions to social media. And so all of these issues create an over, edit that out. So all of these enticing digital products that are out there and these enticing digital experiences make it so that we can often overstimulate ourselves and desensitize ourselves. And when we go out into the real world and experience reality, we get a little thrown off because the digital world doesn't come with a lot of the same things that the physical world comes with. And in addition, especially with pornography, very often we can end up as males becoming more anxious and becoming less capable of engaging with those we're attracted to in a way that is clear, undistracted, and purely platonically focused. So it's really important, whoever you are, that you focus your energies in a way that you find is productive for you. And just for me personally, as a man who had a porn addiction, I dealt with this by simply taking a 90-day period of stopping any use of porn addiction, or edit that out, any use of porn, any masturbation, and any orgasm. And what that did for me was reset my neural pathways so that I started to feel more sensitivity to the environment around us. And one thing that is quite profound about how, edit that out, and one thing that is quite profound is that women will have a greater degree of sensitivity to their environments just naturally, and men can benefit greatly by increasing their own sensitivities as well by simply decreasing the stimulus that they feed into their bodies and minds so that they can feel more openness and receptivity toward life. Another thing that can really improve that kind of social anxiety that many people feel is breathing exercises and cold exposures. And edit that out, and cold exposure. So there are so many solutions and so many different paths. And I've walked a lot of them. And walking any path that involves abstaining from things is a great first step. And then the breath, edit that out. And then the breathing exercises and perhaps some cold exposure can be an excellent way just to ease yourself into a better, calmer, and more relaxed state of mind. Next question. What role do mindfulness and meditation retreats play in community building? A retreat of any kind that integrates mindfulness is excellent for community building because no matter what they are experiencing in their everyday lives, they get some kind of a reprieve from all that they go through in their lives. So if somebody's working really hard or experiencing extremely unfair conditions or finding that they're in a harsh relationship that they had to experience or whatever it may be, they can come back to a group and a situation where they feel a sense of trust, where they feel as if they can be vulnerable and they can recharge their batteries and reset for the next stage of their life, for the next chapter. And so, one thing I really want to do, and Maya Donna wants to do as well with me, is to together build a retreat in our home and potentially outside of our home. She does excellent work around body wisdom and she teaches Legree. She works with the fascial, edit that out. She works with myofascial manipulation, and she's a body worker. In my case, I deal heavily with the mind. So we feel like we're a really great package where people can come and they can heal their minds and bodies and hearts. Next question. How can workplaces benefit from incorporating mindfulness into their culture? Edit that out. I already answered this question. It was just phrased differently earlier. Next question. What future directions, edit that out. Going to repeat the question. Next question. What future directions might community focused mindfulness take, and how can individuals contribute to this vision? I think the most important thing to address here is how individuals can contribute to a future vision of community focused mindfulness. And the way to do this is simply by sharing your vision and taking part in building the vision of the future together. Because the truth is, we do manifest it and we do have incredible power as individuals and as a collective when we come together. When we take action, when we boycott something, when we refuse to participate in something or some group, we can have an incredible impact. This requires a great deal of bravery and fortitude and a willingness to stand firm in your own convictions, but also a willingness to listen, to be open minded, to engage and connect with others. And when you're mindful on an individual and collective basis, you really do build a better future just simply by being mindful. So you can create that future. And it's not necessary for you to hope that it happens. In fact, I would recommend giving up on hope because hope is not helpful, really. Having an attitude, having a direction, having a commitment, having a mission, all those things are great. But to expect an outcome, in part, that is what hope is. And to a degree, at least, I think it's important that we let go of that. And we let go of being so determined and so fanatical about the future being a particular way that we actually cause its own destruction or its own distortion just simply by having that fanaticism, by having that strictness of vision, and instead have a little balance, have a little flexibility, have a little humility, and explore together in conversation and listen to people, even if you think they're totally crazy, even if you think they will never change in this lifetime. Edit that out. Even if you think they will never change in this lifetime, it's not so necessary that they do change in this lifetime. It's more necessary that they evolve in some way in this lifetime. And you can be a part of helping that evolution simply by being there for them, simply by listening. Put up your boundaries, make sure to take care of your sacred space that's around you in whatever capacity you can. It's very important to recharge your batteries, take care of yourself, and take care of the people around you. But not everyone deserves your time, including when you're on a screen. Not everyone deserves your attention via a mobile device or anything of that nature. All right, that was a great little break. So, or that was a great little session, and we'll have a break right now. Um, we are going to be diving into the next section after this, and that is actually the final section. And then following that will be the conclusion. So I will see you in a bit. Not sure exactly how long, but yeah, nature calls. Enjoy your time here. And if you have any questions, just drop them in the chat. I'm looking right now. Don't see any questions at the moment, but feel free to drop them in there. And I'll see y'all in a bit. All right, we're coming back. This is great. I'm working on this intro and I just love it. It's fun. It's a great way to start things out every time I come back. Count y'all down, let you know it's about to start up. Now we are going to begin the last section of the book and go to the conclusion. I'm going to make my question and answer sessions really tight. And I'm going to have to break shortly thereafter. So there's going to be one, I think maybe a 45-minute work session. We'll see. Here we are. All right. Let's go to our timer. Time this. And where we left off. Oh, looks like I'm gonna maybe have to find out where I left off. Oh, okay. Here it is. Next section. Section 5. The Path Forward with Word Brewer. Edit that out. Gonna try that again. Section 5. The Path Forward with Word Brewer. Next question. What distinguishes Word Brewer's approach to mindfulness from other practices? The key defining trait with regard to my practice is that it's highly intellectually based. So if you like to philosophize, perhaps, or talk through your emotions, or if you find yourself often in conversation with yourself about your feelings, or in conversation with others about your feelings and your experiences, and you find that this sharing and this thinking things through and processing things is helpful in any way, what my practice offers is an opportunity to put gasoline on this process, to expedite things, to save you years of having to learn in the most difficult ways and having to get to a point where reality has to scream in your ears, or where your reality has to give you some kind of very explicit feedback that is harsh and abrasive. Sensitivity is the way to avoid that. Being sensitive to what it is you're doing, what it is you're not doing, and to your environment and the stimulus and what's happening in your life. Edit that out. Excuse me, little burp. So what I offer is the ability to calm yourself. I offer empowerment. I offer the opportunity for you to begin your life. If you ever find that you're lost, if you're unsure of what to do, if you've faced some confusion, if you need guidance, what I'm doing is I'm not necessarily guiding you I'm trying to edit that out. What I'm doing is I'm not trying to tell you what to do. I'm trying to guide you towards your true self so that you know what to do in every moment and what not to do and what's right for you with regard to relationships, a place to live, the kind of work you want to do, and being empowered, being strong in yourself and having conviction, but conviction that's not forced, conviction that's real, where you really know what you want to do in life. That's seriously powerful. And I want to bring that to everyone so that they're completely within their presence. Every moment is a moment of play and joy, and life is fully embraced. Now, I do this through a process of intellectual yoga, and I also use breathing exercises to bring you into a calmer state of mind for being receptive towards my guidance and my words and things I may say to you as feedback. And I also don't have to give you feedback. In some cases, people just come to me because they need a listening ear. They need somebody to be present and hear what it is they're going through. They need someone to share it with that they can trust in a confidential, private manner. And I also offer that. Through my process, we'll untangle your mind, we'll get all the knots out of there, we'll get you to a point of clarity in which you're dehypnotized. You feel a sense of being in touch with yourself, and you feel a sense of ease in your life. Because the truth is, life can be a challenge, but it doesn't have to be an emotional struggle. And the challenge is fun. It's a kind of adventure and it's a play, as I've said. But if you take on too serious of an attitude, you can find yourself lost very easily. And this is something I have a long history of doing. I can be quite serious at times, but I also love to play. I also love humor and being irreverent. And for me, nothing is off the table with regard to what we can talk about, what you can share with me. Everything is welcome. There's no judgment here. It's just a listening ear and a guide if you find that that's something you want and are seeking. Next question. In what ways does Word Brewer integrate the arts and creativity into mindfulness coaching? Edit that out. We really already addressed this question, so gonna go on. Next question. What are the core values and principles that guide Word Brewer's mindfulness community? At the core is freedom. I want you to have inner freedom, the ultimate freedom. You can be wealthy in an extremely liberal and free country and have surroundings that are air conditioned and have wonderful and beautiful children and a wonderful and beautiful spouse and many friends. But if on the inside there is consistent inner turmoil and constant inner conflict happening, and you can't quiet the chatter inside your mind, then everything you could possibly enjoy in life is not something you're fully present for and not something that can be enjoyed to its fullest extent. And in that sense, a lot of times people can be quite wealthy, even when they're financially poor or materially, edit that out, or materially, edit that out, or materially poor. However, people can also be quite miserable while also being financially wealthy and materially affluent. There are many different people along that spectrum, and there's an exploration through that. There's no judgment that I see towards anyone, wherever they may be. They're perfect. Every individual is perfect. They are simply responding to their environment, to their culture, to their upbringing, and they're doing the best with what they have at their disposal and with the misguidance they've received over time throughout their lives. Edit that out. Throughout their life. So I'm here as someone to give people a little nudge to the right, a little nudge to the left, help get them centered and balanced so that they find that they are living the life they want to live. I'm simply guiding you to yourself, to your true self, by eliminating and inviting you to let go of a false self and a false projection that may be put onto others and onto your environment so that you can truly enjoy every moment of your life and embrace it. And there's nothing woo woo about this. This doesn't have to be just for people who consider themselves spiritual. It doesn't have to be just for people who have belief systems. It doesn't have to just be for people who have disbelief systems. This is for anyone who wants to have better mental health. And as I've said, I can't be someone who can help everyone with every issue in the arena of mental health, but I can give some assistance. My guidance can serve as a supplement. I can be a friend that's there with you that can guide you through things. Next question. How can individuals tailor their mindfulness practice to fit their personal needs and lifestyle with Word Brewer? Edit that out. I've already addressed this question basically before. Next question. What advanced mindfulness practices does Word Brewer offer to those looking to deepen their journey? At the core of what I do, I offer intuitive, conversational guidance so that if you find that you're lost, confused, angry, frightened, depressed, whatever you find that you're dealing with, incessant and troubling thoughts coming up, compulsive behaviors, a need to enhance your physical health through embracing a better lifestyle, whatever it may be, I can really walk you through the process of redesigning your life and of redesigning your mind first. And when you really reconstruct the architecture within your mind and you change how you think about things and you begin to understand and look at your own mind, look at your own emotions and examine them deeply. That's something that I just do session after session. And the more sessions you have with me and the closer they are to each other, the more progress you will experience. So if you do a session today and then you do a session the day after, and then you keep on doing it every day, that's going to have profound impacts on you. That's going to cause exponential change in your life. However, if you stretch that out a bit and do one session per week, that's totally fine, but your progress will be a little slower. And I can provide not only the sessions, but I can create custom breathing exercises for you. I can help you create a lifestyle plan. We can do something really custom to what your need. Edit that out. We can do something that's really custom to your needs specifically and to your preferences and to your circumstances. So step by step, having that personalized guidance, having me actually informed as to what it is you're going through is a way to really move quickly on this track. And no matter how frequently you want to do sessions or how many sessions in total you want to do, you will experience some level of change if you're ready and open to that. So try starting with just one session and see how you feel about it and see how my work speaks to you. If you can meet me in person, that's obviously going to have a greater impact on you. If you are able to connect with me more and ask me more questions, that's going to deepen your practice. And then if you do breathing exercises regularly with me, that's going to have a profound impact on you. And that's something that no matter what will impact you in a positive way. It's taken for granted, it's seen as so basic, but breathing deeply and doing it with intention and focus and sometimes intensity, if that feels right for you, can introduce you to a whole new world where your mind is something you master and something you are in the driver's seat for. So if you want to have a thought, you decide to have a thought rather than having these random thoughts just like pop up in your mind and compulsively or reactively come up, emotions and everything. And if you're fully in control, if you're fully in the driver's seat and fully present for your life, that's really where I'm guiding you toward. Beyond that, it's all about community. It's all about connecting with other people who are also on this journey. So if you want to dive even deeper and create positive change outside of yourself and communicate and share your experiences, that's going to have a profound impact on everybody in the word brewer community and outside of it. Next question. Edit that out. This looks like a question that we've already done. Next question. What success stories or testimonials can edit that out? Gonna repeat that question again. Next question. What success stories or testimonials can illustrate the impact of engaging with Word Brewer? I've seen magic in the moments that I've shared my wisdom with people. I've witnessed people change in a dramatic way right before my very eyes just by having a simple conversation with them that lasts only 5 minutes. Edit that out. That lasted only 5 minutes. This one gentleman felt a great deal of shame regarding his own sexuality. He shared this with me, he shared a past experience, and I helped to edit that out. And I helped to contextualize it and give him perspective on his own situation and give himself some compassion so he could fully understand what was happening in that moment in the past that he kept ruminating over, and then see, oh my God, like, yes, my behavior was problematic in that circumstance. And in the future, I do want to avoid that kind of behavior, but my behavior did make sense in that context. And I helped him overcome shame and overcome beating himself up all the time. Really sweet guy, has great intentions, loves people so much. And yet, this torture that he was putting upon himself was blocking him from really shining and really giving out his love in a full and complete way to those he touches throughout his life. I remember another woman who came to me and had this experience consistently of people struggling and coming to her and constantly sharing information with her that was somewhat incendiary and had a kind of polarizing taste to it. And they would look to her expectantly or share their own personal life story, something that's going on in their life or something they experienced, maybe some gossip where they're talking about another individual in a negative light and complaining about that, and then looking to her for a sense of camaraderie around that idea. And really, in a way, that's a tribal thing, right? Those are people who are trying to build up a tribe, but unfortunately, they're trying to build a tribe and build connection around being against an individual or a group. So being against others. And this is problematic because there's no reality to that. There's no true conflict between people. Any conflict that humans are in with each other is no longer a real physical reality. A really good example of this would be food. You know, we have a lot of areas all over the world where people don't have enough food to sustain themselves. There are people dying of starvation, and yet we really have the capacity to feed those people. There is an ability to not only feed those people, but to deal with a lot of other issues of overpopulation and educating everybody, giving them health care. We really do have a technological capacity to care for everyone. And a lot of people aren't aware of this because there's this belief out there and this doctrine that there's just not enough to go around, or that we are inherently greedy and we want more and more and more for ourselves and there's never enough. And this kind of thinking is something that can be self-destructive to ourselves, to our own well-being, and to our entire planet, really, our societies, and breaking trust and breaking connection between individuals. So this woman was asking me about that kind of gossip that she experiences, that kind of desire that people have to connect with her over negative kind of things like gossip. And I explained to her that really what they're seeking is validation. Everyone wants to feel like they belong, as I said before. But the truth is that we're all valid. There's nothing in this reality that isn't valid. There's no animal, there's no plant, there's no rock, there's nothing that isn't just as valid as another thing. As humans, we like to build ourselves up as being more valid than other animals, perhaps, maybe other people, whatever it may be. We do this because we are dealing with some evolutionary baggage that is still dragging and clinging behind us, and we're still crawling out of the muck of our own evolutionarily, edit that out, our own evolutionary history. And so we are finding that we want to connect with people in the same old ways of building tribes and working from a place of fear and survival. But now we're in a world that's thriving, in a world where there's plenty to go around and there's technological capacities to do absolutely remarkable things that many of us in our society don't even recognize are immediately feasible and practical and technologically available. And so when I told her this about people seeking validation, I just said there's a real strength in just listening to them, just being there for them, and not agreeing with them necessarily, hearing them, understanding them, but not taking a side with them, hearing them out. And so when she heard that, she understood it in the moment to a degree. And then she walked away. And not too long after, she said, "Oh my goodness, after you told me this, it's everywhere. Everyone does this constantly. It's like a virus that the entire planet is infected with." And it's true. There is a lot of seeking validation, but it's all about security. It's all about wanting to feel like you belong, wanting to gain a sense of psychological security because you have this sort of compulsive, reflexive thing that happens, and you've been taught that this is how you connect with people. And it also feels very like emotionally intense. And in some sense, it can give you this great sense of purpose to become part of a tribe and to be against another tribe and say, I don't like that political party and I hate this politician and I hate these and blah, 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 blah. That can be very exciting. And that's a tribal and edit that out. That's a tribal fervor and a crowd mentality that generates this kind of groupthink where we let go of a lot of our critical thinking without realizing it. And then with that, we let go of our critical looking, where we're not really in the present reality, but we're living in this world of ideas and perspectives and worldviews that we're sharing with various people. And this becomes an out of control phenomenon. And it's something that's been generated and pervaded the entire planet. It's just our minds going out of control. It's just biting into that apple of knowledge on the tree, but not necessarily. I'm not saying that that apple is bad. I'm just saying that this power, this cognitive capacity we have, is something that is so powerful, just like with our weapons and with our technologies, it can easily be misused, especially in our early years of using them. So we're learning to perfect all this, and that's a lot of what my practice does is it helps people refine their inner world so that when they go out in the world, when they live, when they do everyday things or when they do big things that change the world, that they do it in an incredibly intelligent and intentional way, and they're fully present for what's happening. And they're doing it with some gentleness and with some slowness. Because the truth is, the slower you go about making decisions and moving forward and building a technology, the better it will be to not only stand the test of time, but to reduce unintended consequences. And then when unintended consequences come up, because you're moving at a slower pace, you can observe them and then you can address them. But if you go too fast, those consequences could blow up in your face. And you may not have time to address them before they are self destructive. Next question. Next, so edit that out. Next question. What role does Word Brewer play in promoting mindfulness in the educational setting? We've seen a lot of issues arise in the educational setting. We've observed unfortunate deficiencies in our educational system. For instance, we really don't have an education in financial literacy. And that seems to be one of the most important things to empower individuals to live freely. There's a great deal of emphasis on freedom in education, but there's not a lot of informed consent happening. And by that, I mean there's a lot of kids who are very young and they aren't being told the realities, and they're very often being lied to, perhaps, or maybe misguided by corporate interests and many other influences all around them that aren't, edit that out, that aren't necessarily interested in enhancing the student's life, but they are more interested in exploiting the population and making it so that there is a restriction in access to resources by putting a restriction in access to high quality education. So, one thing we've observed over time is that as corporations have gained more power and more wealth, wages have leveled off and not even kept up with inflation. And so that's really put people in a precarious situation where they aren't fully taken care of. And education at the higher and higher levels has not only become more expensive, but the expectation for how high you should go or how far you should go in your educational and academic life keeps changing based on competition. So it used to be that a bachelor's degree was a very secure thing to have. But now it's pretty common to see people with bachelor's degrees who struggle to gain sufficient employment, or at the very least, to gain sufficient wages that justify the cost of the bachelor's degree. And then what's more, the bachelor's degree, because it's worth less over time, that's just kind of something that's happened in our society over time. We can see that it's almost expected and mandated that you, at the very least, have a master's degree if you really do want to be as secure as the last generation was secure with a bachelor's degree. And this is just one instance of something I've observed in my own personal life and in the lives of others around me, in my generation and in generations past. But this certainly isn't me trying to pin down facts and make absolute statements. This is just me noticing general problems with how our educational system is designed. And if students have the power to be psychologically independent, and very often that kind of starts with their parents being psychologically independent, their parents not necessarily instilling the wrong kind of social habits into them, that can help greatly. And in addition, when we are mindful with how we build our societies and our various institutions, that can improve how our educational system is structured. So I'm not proposing to have the final solution or edit that out. So I'm not proposing to have any kind of panacea or utopian vision for the future. I'm just simply stating that there is so much that we can do to improve our social arrangements and our economic design so that we're really generating the outcomes we desire as a collective and not generating outcomes that only a very small portion of the society is advocating for. And that's not to put any blame on that portion or the bigger portion, but it's just saying we all need to take ownership of our societies. And in some cases, revolt is needed, uprisings are needed. It's important that we do that in a peaceful way, in a way that doesn't involve force. And that's one of the reasons why being mindful is so important, because if you can stand in your power and stand up for your human dignity, then you create a better world by doing that. And one example of that has been some experiences that I've had in an Amazon warehouse where big data and surveillance systems are pushing people to work in a manner that is unsafe and unhealthy, and they are being threatened to be terminated if they don't speed up, if they don't go fast enough. And that speed at which they're being pushed towards is harmful to their health, is harmful to their physical bodies. And that is a violation of their human rights. And in my case, I really had to stand up for myself. I had some support from my sweetheart as well, and I had support from friends, but I had to say, no, this is clearly a violation of my rights. And as I stood in my strength and in my power, I've found that Amazon has backed off. And I do not wish to violate any kind of terms of privacy or speak poorly about Amazon. But I'm simply saying that that is breaking the law, and I've seen it repeatedly. And you don't get to keep breaking the law private. So that's why I'm sharing it in this book, because it can change our institutions to stand within your power, to stand within your sovereignty, and to speak up when you see injustice, and to speak up for yourself and to speak up for others. Okay, we are going to take a little break because um, that's the end of that section. I am going to dive into the conclusion, and oh my God, I can't believe this book is about to be done. It is, wow, incredible. In freaking incredible. Mm. Okay, so taking a break, and then I'll be back. All right, I'm back and I just need one moment because I'm going to update that intro a little bit. Perfection. Oh my gosh, I love this part. I'll play it again. Isn't that cool? Bow, 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 bow. I love the purring kitty. So good. Okay, I'm gonna stop sharing. Boom, we're back. And how exciting it is to be back. Next section, conclusion. Edit that out. Next section, conclusion. Carrying the wisdom forward. Next question. What are the most important lessons about mindfulness you hope readers will take away from this book? At its core, I encourage you to empower yourself in whatever way you feel is right for yourself. Be yourself at all times and be gentle in the world. Of course, be whatever you want to be. I'm not trying to tell you what to do. In fact, quite the opposite. I am trying to tell you to edit that out. I am guiding you to calibrate your own inner compass so that you can develop a discipline within yourself to always stand within your own strength, to always be within your own peace, to make sure that whatever you do in life, it is what you intend. It is in the direction you want to head, and that your inner world, your mental state, your emotional state is yours, and that you are how you want to be inside. Whatever helps you get there, I encourage you to seek it out, whether it be with me, with someone else, or purely by yourself, just by sitting in silence. And it is true, the answers can be found in silence. But if you find yourself confused, if you find yourself needing someone to guide you along the way, give you personalized attention that may speed up your journey to self transcendence, I'm here for you. And I love you. Next question. How can readers continue to cultivate mindfulness in their daily lives after finishing this book? I really recommend you start with the breathing exercises. I'll demonstrate them and explain them again here. Edit that out. I'll review them again here. Simply begin with whichever hand you want, touching your index finger to your thumb, then moving to your middle finger to your thumb, then to your ring finger to your thumb, then to your pinky to your thumb, and then back in the same direction, reversed on your hand. And that counts out a total of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 inhales. And then on your other hand, do the same thing, which will total to 14 inhales. That is typically enough to create a substantial amount of calm. However, if you really want to get the day kicked off, or if you're really struggling with some inner turmoil, do 2, 3, or even 4 of these rounds of breath. That's all you need. If you find you want to try something a little different, then I recommend breathing in deeply in your belly and your chest, and then humming the air out. And doing that however many times you like. If you do it 3 times, you should notice a pretty significant difference. If you do it more times, you'll notice even more calm. It's a great way to shake up the day with some vibrations and with some breathing. It naturally slows down the rate of your breathing. And then the breathing with your fingertips, that's a great way to oxygenate your body. And if you want, after all those breaths, you can perform a breath hold, which is pretty standard in the Wim Hof method and those breathing methods. And just allow your breath hold to rest somewhere between inhalation and exhalation, just right there in the middle. Enjoy it. Enjoy that utter stillness where you don't even have to move your lungs in order to take in oxygen for a little bit. Because you've oxygenated your body so much, you'll be able to hold your breath a little longer than normal. And the more rounds of breathing you do, let's say you do a breath hold, and then you do another round of breaths, maybe on both hands once, or maybe on both hands 4 times. And you do a breath hold, see how long you can hold it then. And of course, yes, you can time how long your breath hold is, and that's something a lot of people like to do. For me personally, I like to see if I can do a 3-minute breath hold. And once I've gotten to a point where I can do a 3-minute breath hold, I know that my parasympathetic nervous system has been activated and that I've retreated from that state of fight or flight. Next question. In what ways can the practice of mindfulness evolve as one gains more experience and insight? edit that out. I feel like I've addressed this. Next question. How can readers share the gift of mindfulness with others in their community and beyond? By achieving self-transcendence, you will naturally share the gift of mindfulness in your everyday interactions, no matter what you do. Just simply being more present will have a magical impact on your environment. It's absolutely mind-blowing to observe it. In my own life, I've seen such synchronicity and so much magic occur right before my very eyes just by being at ease with myself, by being a peaceful soul. That's had an impact on people. Even when I'm not on my A game and I'm anxious or nervous, I've had a little too much coffee. I can feel how much positive impact I have on others just by being in the world, just by being there for them, just by being present, and by being imperfect. Next and final question. What are the next steps readers can take to further their mindfulness journey with Word Brewer? Simply go to my website at wordbrewer.com, reach out to me, schedule a session, look at the resources I've made available, whatever calls you. There's plenty of information there. But most importantly, I'm there. You can text message me, you can send an email, you can even book time with me to walk through the Japanese garden here in Portland, Oregon. There's plenty of opportunity for you to connect with me and for us to embark on this incredible journey together. So, oh my God, the book is done. This is it. Ah, it's so exciting. I love it. And I love how it turned out. Obviously, it can always use improvement. Your questions are always welcome. Please feel free to send them to wordbrewer.com or put them on this chat, depending on how long I leave this up. I'm not sure. I might leave it up for a little while and allow myself to some time to make some edits and then maybe put up an edited version. But at the end of the day, this video and all of this material is not going to be freely accessible to everyone because this is going to be put on Audible for a price. Um, excuse me. There will be versions of the book that will be made freely available, but some of the best and most high quality versions, those will be offered to you for a reasonable price. And that is a way that I can benefit and be rewarded for the work I've done here. And it's a way that you can value it too and recognize the value that it offers. I've had such a blast doing this. I can't wait to see what the final product's like. There's still a little bit of work to do, but honestly, the recording part is some of the hardest work, actually, because you got to get some silence, you got to get the time and the space to do it. So it's been an absolute pleasure, and boy, oh boy, I'm so excited. So I'll leave you with the intro video as an outro video, but maybe with less countdown. I don't know. Here, let's see. I just love that video so much. I want to share it again. Here we go.